Hello and welcome back to Frostpunk 2. We're taking our second look at this today as we dive deeper into the campaign. We are on, I believe, Chapter 2 right now. Playing on Steward difficulty. As we try to learn, try to grow. Try to figure out what we need to get done. We stabilized most things at the end of yesterday. Steward. And we're getting ready for the big whiteout. We did a bit of a better job getting everybody on our sides. We've got favorable relationships with the Faithkeepers and the Frostlanders right now as well, actually. Some of which I might want to try to do some de-radicalization of.
Steward.
If I could get the new Londoners up to favorable, we could decrease the fervor of them. Feels like that might be good. I'm trying to kind of balance everybody right now. And the Frostlanders are getting really, really big. Though, pretty soon we could ask them for a ton of money. And that might not be bad. So, we are in the process of researching the refurbishing goods factory to placate the evolvers. We have melting deep deposits and a deep melting drill set up. We need to research and conduct surplus injectors and then turn them on. The problem with this being is that we ain't producing enough oil to do such a thing. Now, I did have a notice of realization that all these cities actually have 2 available district slots inside of them. So I'm wondering, can I put in 2 hydraulic pump jacks if we get the money? The answer to that is yes. But only once we've expanded the districts. So as a kind of a thing I forgot about was that all of our districts have 2 slots in them. So even these guys, we could actually increase goods production if we would just expand the districts a little bit more. So can you give a raffle ticket to somebody else if you spend the points? That might be hard for me to keep track of. Though if you win the game, you can always pass it to someone else. I wouldn't see why not. $52 oil. Ah, God. It's finally working. We're finally shipping enough oil to London to keep it cooking. To balance that out a little bit so at least they have a surplus. Over transport capacity. We really got to upgrade the sky roads. That's got to be the next step. Interesting. Skyways, literally telling me to do it. Nathaniel D. Or Nathaniel Day. Thank you for 4 months. Welcome back. Much appreciate the support. Hope you're well. Linking an outpost using Skyways increases its resource output. Only applies if the is construction entirely out of Skyways. Skyways need to be researched. Construct a Skyway. Yada, yada, yada. Just like trails. What happened to that whiteout, or are we in it? Trust rises with the evolvers. We do need to get this generator upgrade. This is kind of the like the last part of the quest we have. And then hubs. Skyways. 6 weeks. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that whiteout looks like it's about to hit the old dreadnought. Right, here we were exploring the gorge and we found like an outpost and another settlement there. We found another settlement, I think, down here that we can form too. Or possibly just another outpost, was it? I'm a little bit worried that during this whiteout, I'm not going to be able to transfer any oil. Is the realization that I have just come to. The very dangerous realization I just came to. Oh no. Norat Scuba, good morning, good morning. That's going to be super bad news, Bears. How do you know if there is a building in a district? Oh, that's it. Mechanical factory. Right. So I do have the deep drill set up there to get us materials constantly. Whale mine outpost is about to deplete. So honestly, I kind of feel like a hothouse might not be a bad idea for the food. Sites and outposts under whiteouts will be cut off. I think we're just going to lose a lot of people during this whiteout. To me, it seems like the only possibility. Because they can't get any more coal into the city without building a skyway. So I think we just felt maybe a little bit too behind on that. How's it going today? Good. I mean, we might be dying. We'll have to find out. Thank you for the primer. Welcome back for 5 months, dude.
AgentNumberOne.
I love how that one sounds like AgentNumberOne. Do you feel like we want to upgrade these logistics districts? I suppose probably not during the whiteout. These guys needed more prefabs also for heating. We're also short on houses again, though. I'm gonna need like a whole housing district. If I'm down 16, a housing district is 20. I would need to excavate. I can't get the coal down there. We're just gonna have to go with that. Nemki, good morning. Christy, hello, hello, hello. How is Frostpunk in? I own it, but you haven't played the first one? I would play the first one because this one is really just, it is a proper sequel. So like all of the things you learn in the first one are kind of interesting and important to this, but it also, like, this game just like blows the building layer out onto a higher scale. So like in the first game, you individually place every single house and you have to like place these heating cores and everything else. And this one is like you do districts instead of the individual placement. And it's a very good mix, the way it all works. Refurbishing goods factory. These guys actually make 60 goods here. Increase in diseases. But I could slap one of them in. If we ever got the pop. Why are the evolvers suddenly skeptical? I lost all my good favors. The mechanical filling factory and the deep melting drill are increasing squalor. Kept promises. Community de-radicalization. Extraction district damaged due to squalor. And the whiteout is here. So I can't ship oh, we're gonna completely die. I have to live this for like 30 days. Oh, we're gonna completely die from this. Is the Dreadnought under Whiteout too? Not so much. Both my fishing village and my whaling village are about to run out. We have a lot of food. I guess all my teams are being used right now for various jobs. Ooh, yeah, she's chilly. She gonna be a chilly one. Playing through the first one at least once. Really nothing else like it. Absolutely. 100%. Catastrophic. Extremely decreased by whiteout, cold, and squalor. And this whiteout is going to last, like, a very long time. We just explored the gorge. We have a weather station, which increases population growth. And a winter home bridge. Only death lies beyond. The Cursed Valley. Alright, real talk. Can I actually build my skyway here? No, not really. we could start working on that in the gorge. Oh, I could actually just connect to that, and that would come back from the coal mines as a trail. Increase the population growth. That I built a trail on. But we're going to need a skyway probably down through here. I don't even want to look at the city. It scares me too much. I worry about it. Yeah, we can't explore anything due to the weather. Ooh, yeah. Tensions are severe.
Steward.
Dirt. Even New Londoners are suddenly skeptical. I kind of love that they're all like, oh man, we trusted you, and then the cold happened and we realized what happened. We realized you were useless. Wow, even my insane food supply isn't gonna last that long. Maybe we can pull some people into housing. At least everyone has a home then. $258. Oh yeah, the food districts aren't really making a lot of anything right now, so. In the words of the late great Howard Taft, you done, son. Notable crime, notable squalor. How's my other city doing? These guys are like, we're great. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I could build near this oil furnace, but honestly, I think I'd be better off with a housing district like that. That'll house everybody there. They've got lots of food. A fuel stockpile would be nice, but the Faith Keepers have increased heat to all the birthing wards in the city during the whiteout. Long may we keep our infants' bodies warmed in the Lord's light, unmarred by this blasphemous frost. May they never have to resort to prosthetics. The evolvers are outraged. It's ridiculous. If the infants become marred by the cold, we can simply cure them. Any limbs they lose can be replaced by better ones. The temperature in this ward is consistent with the rest of the city. This is unnecessary. Cold will cause less diseases, and evolvers will approve of this decision. Or cold will kill less people. Faith Keepers will approve of this decision. But 30 heat demand per housing district? Oh, man. I'd rather take a relationship debuff. quite honestly.
Evacuated outpost workers. Report for rescue duty at once.
Just everyone is dying. Angry New Londoners grow more radical. Oh, I think the viewer polls are maybe working again this morning. The New Londoners have grown deeply unhappy with your rule. Community leaders openly urge New Londoners to join the Faith Keepers, arguing that as part of a radical organization, they will be able to better protect their interests. If nothing is done to address the situation, many angry New Londoners will join the Faith Keepers and push for this faction to take action against you. 40 weeks to repair relations with New Londoners. If you fail, 620 will join the Faith Keepers. I can support the recruitment, which will increase their fervor. Or the Faith Keepers are an effective organization. We should encourage New Londoners to join. Relations marginally improve with the Faith Keeper. I'm fine with that. They do more for me as Faith Keepers than they do as New Londoners.
Steward, do you hear us, Steward?
We're going to spend some money helping them out. Yeah, see, the biggest problem is I have no workforce. The best I can kind of do is start expanding districts. Dense housing districts. These are already once expanded. Oh, you can expand twice? Curious. This would be a really good one to expand, and I could actually expand it right there, take up 3 more slots. It's got the deep drills on it. Why don't we do that? This guy's about to run out, so why don't we just, like, let him go? Over in the oil fields. I'm actually going to pull some people off so that we can start running some extraction jobs. Is that what I want? I really want to get a prefab building here. Mostly so that all these guys can start heating each other up. $15-week prefabs, 60 oil. I guess the other alternative is I could just grow stuff in closer. Probably on both counts. And then if I build that district, it'll be way easier to set up. And then honestly, I think I'm pretty much going to argue that this place is done. Housing districts damaged in acts of vandalism. Everyone is so mad that we're all freezing to death. You think they would just take it fine. Putting everything on 0% workforce will save the heat. It's mostly housing districts, and I need all the housing to keep everybody supplied, right? It's okay. Listen, we either go down here in glorious flames or we don't. It's one way or the other. Tensions are decreasing somehow. Putting this back on heat pipe watch could be nice. We've got the viewer council today. See if it actually works. Mostly hesitant, mostly for, mostly hesitant, partially open to negotiation. What would these guys want? A bio-waste hothouse? That's pretty easy to build. I will give it a vote. Got it. Just barely. Change a policy to another one and then pass the previous one once again. Achievement unlocked. Now, the other thing I could be spending my points on here is doing tech. Oh, interesting. I think I actually failed those quests. Because now it's just survived the whiteout. You only had the options to vote on the quarantine? Let me make sure this is working. We'll see how it holds today. If it rocks a little bit better. All right, this district is done. Which gives us back a bunch of workers as well. We're about to be out of food and 2,000 people just moved in. I guess I can't move people to the other city either, right? Not while this is going on.
Oil workers are reminded that extraction districts are...
You guys need a fuel stockpile hub. That might actually, with the 10% workforce requirement, it might actually get me back the 100 people I need to work that. Ship to New London. Can you also ship to New London? Furthermore, can I take this catch and bring it to New London? Shocked that I am allowed to even do that, but Crazy Bunny, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. I'm not loving all these riots. So I was kind of hoping we could just expand these guys into each other. If I did that, then I went like here, here. They would both start heating each other up. That feels smart. Get your people working together. This place also has like an infinite deep drill site. "70 people recently beaten and mugged." Where is the infinite food site? Down here. All right, we can put together this bio-waste hothouse. Promoting adaptation. Oh, I guess probably from building that. Trust rises. Whale mine outpost depleted. Rip. That's about to be depleted. Blocked by storm. The storm looks like it's almost passed. It's been harsh. People aren't stoked about it. We've definitely lost a lot of people. In general. All negative effects are removed. Have no hunger during the whole duration of the whiteout. How about that? How about them apples? All right, we gotta sort this out. Oh, we're producing so much oil now. It's amazing. You poor buggers are gonna start running out of food, though. Which is not so good. Whiteouts still a threat. Chapter 3. Ice turns to steam as the whiteouts wane, but it's clear that we're far from keeping New London warm forever. The whiteouts are not gone. What will we do if the horrors of the whiteout years return? Ask the Faith Keepers. If we want to withstand them without fear, we must improve the generator more. We will require a great deal of cores. Dozens. We only know of one site with so many cores, the metal roots of Winterhome's ruined generator. We need to colonize Winterhome and get more cores. I like that I just like skipped some of the objectives of chapter 2. Past the gorge in the Cursed Valley lies the failed city of Winterhome. Our scouts avoided the ruins for years, yet its cores, we cannot upgrade the generator to its full potential. We must reach it and chart the area around it. All right, look, there's a lot of things we gotta do. First things first is the Skyways. Which I'm going to need $100 for. Cores potentially here. 21 weeks, 23 weeks. Coal in the mountains. Scout headquarter buildings. What difficulty are we on? We are on Steward difficulty, the second highest one.
Do not succumb to wasteful fashion. A well-made coat.
The original idea was we wanted chat to be able to vote on everything. But then the chat was kind of like, the voting was kind of broken yesterday, so. Lord, forgive me. The Evolvers think they can piece us back together like your some machine. They think you're weak, born too soon, not worth the investment, but the Lord made you this way. You are perfect as you are. The Faith Keepers will never forget the desecration of their temple. Honestly, I kind of forgot we desecrated their temple. Squalor, real bad. Goods production, real bad. Skyway. Real yes. That's gonna like triple, almost triple what we can do there. I don't think we did desecrate their temple. Dad joke about oil, but it's crude. Caracas, hello. Good morning. Steward. The Evolvers have stripped naked and are walking in the streets wearing naught but their blood warmers to prove they no longer require the meager warmth offered by clothing. We have a better plan for Winterhome. We don't need to pillage in pursuit of some warm utopia. We are the warm utopia. Adapt to the frost and everywhere will be warm. The Faith Keepers are outraged by this display, worrying this may sway others to their cause. They want you to put an end to this blasphemy at once. I don't really want their fervor to go up. But I also don't want people walking around nude. If I get the Frostlanders up, I can get rid of that.
Steward.
What kind of things do you guys want? A refurbishing goods factory. I actually wanted to make you one of those. So why don't we just make you that promise? $350 heat stamps. Oof. Okay, that's not cheap. We finally have a Skyway up and running. So we can start transferring a lot more materials here now. That being said, people are starving. We're about to run out of a lot of this additional food locations. There's good materials down here. If we could set up a trail. She won't be cheap. We're still kind of waiting for that storm to fully roll through. Yeah, I'm largely concerned about crime right now. We lost so many people. Surplus injectors. New buildings proposed by London. That was the generator upgrade. I'd like to get the Scouts headquarters. Why would I take Scouts headquarters versus a survivalist headquarters? Or is it that I need very specifically the Scout one in order to get the goods? Scouts? No, we just need a Scouts headquarters building, I guess. When I upgraded these, they both switched off of their thing. I don't know what this icon means either. There's no houses nearby? Can I promise this to anybody?
Steward! Steward! Do you hear us, Steward?
Research labor oversight. Unproductive due maintenance.
Hear us, Steward!
Steward!
I'm already promising things to them.
Steward! Steward!
Heat overclocking, machine-centric shifts, city development effort. We'll just research whatever there. Try to get the Scouts up and running. I can send out Guard Enforcer's Law. Tension is greatly increased. Crime is significantly decreased. Random searches. I'm hoping that kind of offsets itself. And I'm going to rush the researchers as well. Ooh, tension is catastrophic because of that. Now, that's if the trust was going to fall, but not that tension was going to rise. I guess it's one and the same. Our biowaste hothouses began cooperating with people who forage for food additives on top of the regular duties they provided with leaves, animal carcasses, and feces. And I need more people if I want anything to be done in this city, which is problematic because we don't have any people. We don't have any people in either of these cities to spare. You guys are definitely getting more food than you currently need, so let's fix that. They could afford some crime. Crime is a real problem here, so if I can get this going. I really don't understand what this housing symbol means. The red looks cool. Yeah. It does look very good. All right, those tensions are coming down. Crime is coming down. Oh, thank God. There's another 2,000 people. That fixed our goods problem. Can I dig out this farm territory? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I could probably just grow it a little bit extra. If I expand it. An Evolver's protest. The Evolvers have taken to the streets in protest against the city's growing dependence on oil and the generator. We cannot stand by and let the Faith Keepers further bind us to a single point of failure. We kept silent as the Whiteout endangered us all, but no more. They feel they have no further recourse to make their dissent known, infiltrating the most vital buildings in the district and hold production lines hostage. They also dislike except all outsiders, supported quarantine and family apprenticeship. Absolutely not. If I research liberated youth and thought correction prison, raise relationships to neutral, I do need to fix the crime problem. Bolsters the city's workforce, but decreases heat stamp income. I don't know, that could maybe work. I definitely like crime is significantly decreased. Reduces the prison's effect on crime. District ability. But provides additional guard squads. Let's go, Evolvers. I mean, I feel like we're slowly shifting away from Faith Keepers, but I could just give them a bunch of money. Why don't we further their vision? Due to poor relations, the Evolvers have begun to protest, seeking change in the direction you're leading the city in. For every 1,000 of their supporters, they will spread 1 over time. Nullifying their fervor will prevent them from blocking a district fully, as ultimately make the protests collapse on their own. Oh, damn. Because I'm about to get these guys. I thought I was going to get these guys increased, and actually I'm realizing I won't be able to do that. Potentially. Survivalist headquarters. All right, thought correction prison. Punitive prisons, isolation prisons. Isolation prison seems to be the best options. Significantly, greatly decreased. $100. And the other thing they want is the youth. Liberated youth or dutiful youth. Dutiful youth. Crime is slightly decreased and percentage of active workers is increased. but decreases trust. This increases workforce, but decreases hate stamps. Just because I make it doesn't mean I have to build it. One of the big problems I have right now is we also need to just like make some money. There might be food and cores up there, so I'm going to send an expedition team. You're totally poached. Why are you still showing up? As like a gear icon. Okay. We also upgraded survivalist headquarters. It's surplus injectors. This is probably the next best thing I could get, because it also gives me access to better a couple of locations.
This week's free essentials allocation is a
The protesters have spread to another district. Some of their most radical members use this opportunity to sack the local mechanic factory. Suffer destruction. Can you not demolish it? 30 guard squads. Will gain fervor if you keep your promise. Counter protests. Protests will collapse one by one. Counter protesters might get injured. Oh, man. This is just going to cause, like, crime to skyrocket because now I have no goods. Smudge. Hello. How goes the Frostpunk? We're having some problems. We've had a little bit of protesting. Things have been a bit nasty. Tensions are high. We just survived a terrible whiteout, and now our city has fallen into other problems.
Steward! 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 Are you listening? Steward!
So I could raise money from the Frostlanders to build a refurbishing goods factory. They actually didn't get that upset about it. I am building it in a rioting district right now, which I don't love. Trust falls due to multiple protests. Hi-ya-ya. We're still running low on food, but I think that'll get fixed pretty soon. Yeah, at least I sure hope it will. Relations improve. I'm so close to having these guys all the way.
Steward!
This is still protesting. Evolving. How
Steward!
big are these guys? 2,700 members. They shouldn't be able to spread twice.
Steward!
Do you hear us, Steward?
What promises do you want? Research, research, or expedition support. This law is supported. We don't even need to fight for votes. And I want to do a bunch of expedition. We don't need the heat watch right now.
Votes are in. Passes.
That still can get them favorable. Oh my god, look, like that. The edges of the screen are bleeding now.
Take note. A new rule enters into force.
All these protests are like screwing up my housing as well. If I do 1, 2, 3. That could maybe be okay. What if I was to fund them? Oh no, I need like $500 to fund them. All right, look, we're almost through the prison. Liberated youth takes half the time. We just got to survive it. The oil dreadnought is having also a terrible goods scarcity. They don't have the extra population, so I'm not really like gonna panic about them. Thought corrective prisons. And then these guys want liberated youth. 5 weeks. That's all it takes, and it should meet their demands. Thought corrective prisons go in housing districts. Mobilize prison warden district, which provides guard squads but reduces the prison's effect on crime. This is going to plummet my trust. But listen, if this district wants to go into riots, this is what's going to happen to them. Let this be a lesson.
Steward!
Spread to another area.
Steward!
Boiling tension, tension crisis. Angry mobs swarm the streets and the city descends into a violent free-for-all. The people have lost faith that your rule can solve the many problems that plague us. If we don't calm tension soon and restore order, this will be the end.
Be vigilant.
Listen, we're halfway through.
Crimes to your nearest guard.
Oh, that can't even be built. Wild. Trust falls due to multiple protests. Liberated youth. Protests demand they will cease their protests soon. Okay, they're all, you can see they're running out. They're draining. How did this vote come into play? I don't actually want this passing. And I don't think it will.
Hear ye, the delegates have spoken. The law is tabled.
Vote held by the Evolver's proposal. Protesters disperse. Scarce shelter. All right, we got to do... There's got to be like a housing block upgrade we can pick up here. 10 shelter, 25 shelter, 20 shelter, but negative heat stamp income. I think I'm just going to pick up a regular housing block. Because if I could build that in basically all of these locations, that would solve basically the entire housing crisis. You managed to steer us clear of the tension crisis. A phew. And the howling shores have been explored, which were up here. A cursed circle of nomads. Some nomads have left a strange circle of machines around a single charred body. Forget hope is carved into each machine. Some contain useful cores. Our scouts claim the parts are cursed. We'll come back later when we can afford that trust. Mossy caves. Increase our food supply by 60. And I don't need a path to it? Well, that's nice. The Evolver's protests have terrified many in the city. Many are calling for a response from the council. The captain limited the steward's power, but he couldn't have foreseen this descent. Maybe the time has come to increase our leader's authority for the safety of the city. Several proposals have been suggested that would help us deal with the protests. I don't know what happened there. I think it was meant to take me to the council screen, but it didn't. You guys are in maximum materials. All right, here's the thing. I really need to put together a survivalist headquarters. And I'd also really like to build probably a material stockpile near these guys. Or like down here would maybe be good. These guys have everything they need except goods, so crime is rampant. There's the population I just asked for. You're refurbishing goods. Okay. Kind of running low on prefabs here as well. Maybe we should ship some people over here. Better idea. Maybe we should start this colony. There has to be a colony in the cursed village, so sending this up to the gorge probably makes the most sense. It's going to be 150 no matter how I slice this, I think. Like that, probably. Or like that. That feels good. Let's do that. This place is dangerous. But I don't really care about people being injured as long as they're not killed. Yeah, I'm starting to run prefab problems now too.
Be patient with rehabilitation.
One more hour you can also play?
They have
Soon.
been rendered simple, but
So
harmless.
soon. Secure shelter. Minor squalor. Diminishing. If I could get my goods scarcity. We're going to build that. Get us started. I guess we might as well just like send more goods over because I'm clearly not using them all. And then we're going to save up to get that skyway going. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Thought the steward had more of a spine. When a brat misbehaves, you give him a good thrashing, not some treats. But somehow these filthy evolvers kick and scream and get their way. The Faith Keepers. Radicalizing. Oh my god. Just what I needed. Everybody's getting radical in the city. All right. In the good news department. They are safe to chart the Cursed Valley now. This is basically an infinite amount of materials. As I think this one is as well. Pretty much. Those are my housing blocks, but as much as I need to build them, if I could just send the people to another city, that would kind of solve my problem. Have they fixed the Twitch integration? I think so. There was a patch this morning. And it looks like they might have done it. Oh, I need 10 teams. Cut the population growth for a minute, seeing as I'm having a population problem. And that might get us going.
To keep your heat lamp maintained. It might just save your life.
Okay, the evolvers have actually become favorable. Faction fervor is decreased. Seats on the council. Organized baptisms. Listen, both my radical factions love me. Is that not as good as it gets? This is fantastic news. Shelter providing by housing is increased. Tension is marginally increased. Merit-based housing. Shelter provided by housing is slightly increased. Heat stamps is slightly increased. Material demand decreased, increased. City-run alcohol shops. Heat stamp income. A pleasure commons. This is a radical idea. Tension is decreased. Trust rises. And I think it gives us income. Harvester hangars. Kind of looking for also like squalor is significantly decreased. Rapid filtration, which decreases squalor but results in injuries. Squalor is also decreased here for less workforce but higher heat. And then I feel pretty good about heat right now. We are having a squalor problem. Here's what I really should be doing. What promises do you want? Mechanized scouts. Heat overclocking. That actually could be pretty good for us right now. We have a lot of oil. We have access to a lot of oil, and our oil production is like really high. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that. Heat overclocking. Production efficiency is increased. And furthermore, we should build a surplus injector. Burns excess fuel to increase output of all districts by 15%. Why are we suddenly running low on fuel? If I move people over here, they're also going to need another housing district probably, so. All right. I like that. Fortitude base. Says there's 10 guys already here. Exploration cost decrease. Minus 10. Oh, I thought this was an actual settlement. I did not need to build that skyway. Why don't we use today once before connecting it to Twitch? I mean, here's an example. We can start the viewer poll on something like this. And you should be able to vote on that. We're struggling with heat stamps. A group of evolvers have come forward with an idea on how to solve it. We should pass service exemptions. Let us pursue it and the city will benefit. Promise evolvers that you will pass service exemption within 60 weeks. Or disregard the issue. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to want something from them. Oh, this is the heat pipes that we turned to decrease exploration speed recently. We could pass that issue. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna want to raise funds from them probably, though. Also weakens their factions when I do that. Frostlanders here are the only ones who are open to negotiate this. Pathfinder scouts. Territory threat level decreased. Hydraulic pump jacks, 80 owl output. That would be good for us. We should probably build some more of those anyway. The title is A+. We already sent children into the mines. It was a huge success.
Hear ye, hear ye. The proposed law has been rejected.
How? So I do think this is maybe glitched. Still. Because that's what was happening yesterday. And it was a big pain in my butt. You had to ask your... The thing is, I didn't have to ask for them. And we had opted kind of not to on that one. 400 and you need 90 prefabs. Ooh. Ooh. Prefabs. We're out of prefabs. We're big time out of prefabs. Huh. Wait, why can't I build those? I don't have enough prefabs to even build these. We're going to pillage that corpse. A dreadnought husk, the curse of Winterhome. An ancient empty dreadnought hull towers over the flat snow. Our scouts met someone living in shelters on the leeward sides who claimed the mighty machine was stripped clean long before they arrived. People asked us to take us home to New London, if only so they could be further away from the ruins of Winterhome. Everyone who goes there comes with a cough that only worsens. A cursed city. A series of corrupt leaders pushed the city generators beyond its limits. At last, a competent captain took charge, but by then the generator had been permanently damaged and doomed to explode. The city's people had no choice but to gather all they could to a nearby dreadnought and take their chances in the Frostland. Rumor has it the ruins still hold valuable resources, but our scouts avoided the sites, fearing toxic gas leaking from fissures in the ground and ghosts that wail through the night. Do I need to connect this to a SkyTrain? I assume so, yeah. I feel like that's going to create a lot of disease in my city. Which I might not be entirely prepared for at the moment. Our prison has corrected its first inmate. Alex Burgess, a man convicted of rape and murder, has been declared purge of violent urges and sent home. This has greatly upset his neighbors. They demand we relocate him. I know him. I know what he's done. It makes my blood boil seeing him walk free where he's done it. Doctors warn moving him would send the wrong message. They vouch for the effectiveness of their method and argue we mustn't let prejudice dictate our decisions. Relations improve with the evolvers, but tension is increased. I'm fine with that. Leave him where he is.
Steward.
Trying to get everybody back on my side.
Please
The ghosts of the
dispatch
children.
boxes to the steward by post to avoid unnecessary queuing.
You guys keep getting upset at me, tension-wise. Trust with New London increases. What was I just saying? A hospital I saw here. Yeah. Hospitals outfitted with dedicated equipment. Disease is increased, slightly decreased. Research speed is slightly increased. Will regularly cure a significant number of sick absentees. Teaching hospital, recovery hospital. You have a pending province.
Steward.
Heat overclocking. Mechanized shifts. Repeal weather adjusted shifts. Pass heat overclocking or research machine attendance. What is machine attendance? Because everybody seems to want me to do that. Ah, it's a radical faithkeeper idea. Machines take over the burden of work from humans. Workplaces are optimized for machines, with workers relegated to maintenance role. Automatic workforce. All right, look, I'm going to pick up these hospitals. I'm going to go with this research speed-based one because it's also not that expensive. We currently have a ton of money, so I can finally get something like a... Well, I need prefabs right now is the problem. And I also need goods. I'm just going to put a mechanical factory back in here. The one that they burned down. You have a pump jack. You have 2 pump jacks. You have a pump jack in an empty slot. How much do we need for another pump jack? 125 more people. He does without being concerned about the housing shortage here. Which also takes workforce. Oh, it also doesn't go on housing. Oh no, there is housing blocks you can also add on housing. You went like there, there, and there, maybe? That would do it. Couple of little bonuses. If I want any of these to expand, we're going to need to just start growing them out. And what I really need to do is spend my next 150 prefabs and 600 workforce on a prefab factory. Should have moved more people. Prefab issue is going to be a problem. Faith Keepers are rallying. More heat stamps. Improve relations with Faith Keepers and rise the trust. Or more active workers. Let's go for heat stamps right now. They're already at max. Can I actually ask them for money? Yes, and they won't even bother. Weird that we have like an uneven number of Frostland teams. So this food district needs a deep drill. Again, everything takes prefabs right now, which is starting to concern me very heavily. Didn't realize I was shipping in a bunch of iron there. That was a whoops. All right, we got enough people that we can also just start exploring these higher locations. I guess for right now, we can bring in that coal. While we figure out how to liquefy it in the future. At the next vote, could you click the Twitch option in the whole section for what faction to talk with? Well, I've got the Twitch stuff turned off right now because it's just glitching. And I need this next vote to pass and not be glitched out again. A vote on heat overclocking. Placed on council agenda by New Londoners. Why were they allowed to pass this? Why were they allowed to push this? I needed to push things on the council.
Hear ye, hear ye. The votes are in. The measure fails.
I need to pass service exemptions. All right, we have enough here for the heat. The hydraulic pump jacks. I also need to now transfer over another 600 workforce. Let's do 700 because I could spend some of them building housing districts. Not until the prefabs are up, though. Trust rises with the Frostlanders. People are freezing to death because I'm short 120 houses. Mob lynches corrected criminal. An angry mob has lynched Alex Burgess, the first criminal rehabilitated. The frenzied crowd blamed him from the recent disappearance of a young woman living nearby. Our guards dismissed the claim, but they've apprehended the mob's ringleader and regret they weren't able to protect them in time. Well, that didn't work out so good. For whatever reason here, I've lost like favor with everybody.
Rally organizers must clean up any discarded leaflets after the event.
All right, these people have moved over so we can get this extraction district up and running. Nice. And I can even get it near the fuel stockpile. Took its 40 heat and minus 10 workforce requirements. That's a great boon. Now there's only 400 prefabs there. It's a very scary reality. My oil is perfectly balanced, as all things should be. That can balance out the food. We can balance out these materials as well. And start shipping some other stuff around. I never thought I'd hit the point where prefabs became my biggest issue. And I am worried about it. I could build another goods production facility. 10 a week for 100 prefabs. Or 130 prefabs and a core. I see the problem. They both have empty building slots in them, though. I got a ton of money. I'm not doing anything here. Communal parenthood. Dedicated mothership. Percentage of active workers increased. Population growth decreased. Oh. Interesting. You need to move far enough towards tradition and reason to get the stuff that's like further out. What is a rail hub? Efficiency in neighboring extraction increased. Industrial or food. Ah. A fighting hub. Tension in nearby housing. Surveillance hub. Crime in neighboring housing districts is decreased. Workforce requirement in neighboring districts is decreased. Oh man, I didn't realize these were all these good hub upgrades. Housing distribution and workers housing. Workers dorm. Workers village. Disease is increased, 15 shelter. Heat stamp income, 20 shelter. Production efficiency increased. Shelter provided by housing is just flat out increased. This is a passive bonus. Tension is increased. Merit-based housing or mandatory crowding. I'm going to go mandatory crowding. Because we're really having a housing problem. Do you have plans for a landless campaign for the DLC of CK3? Yes. I most absolutely do. We'll be playing that either Monday or Tuesday. I am very excited for it. Got one more day left on this. Okay. Waste heat conversion. Well, that would be nice. But we need to switch expedition support over to service exemptions. What do you guys want? Dust coal mines. Charcoal. Carrion coal liquefactor. Synthesize oil from a mix of coal and organic waste. We'll do that. 60 are for it. Yeah. See, now I'm not getting screwed on these. Don't think it's fair they're releasing the Rogue Trader DLC the same day. I'm split on what to play. Yeah, there's a lot of games all being hit at the same time right now. And it is a problem.
Are you listening?
Steward.
If I could get the New Londoners up, I could de-radicalize the Faith Keepers. Which I think would be really good for us. Where is the hospital? Teaching hospital. We'll build that right there. Prepare winter home for colonization. Are we ready for this? I'm not sure we are yet. The Frostlanders are furious that the expedition support law is no longer in force. They wish to remind you of the vow you swore to enact this law. Keeping this vow earned you significant goodwill with their members. Breaking it now has pushed them towards hostility. Are you serious? I vowed to pass it. I didn't vow to keep it. Aren't you the guys who also wanted me to pass this other law? Or was that the Evolvers? They saw right through my plan. I can't just keep flip-flopping on every law, it turns out. You know what I could do, though?
Steward.
Steward. Steward.
Steward.
Steward. Steward.
You guys still are not favorable? find that surprising. It's a bunch of prefabs I just had to spend there again.
Steward.
All right, screwed. I'm going to fund these guys as well.
Steward.
I might as well. Adaptation, equality, reason.
Please be patient with our teaching hospital residents.
60 people cured in hospitals.
Are part of the learning
262
process.
people frozen to death. Mandatory crowding. Research carrion coal liquefactor. Pressurized coal liquefactor. Oh yeah, no, I'd rather the carrion coal for sure. But yeah, the deep melting drills really pump up squalor, and it's not easy to get it down. Really only kind of like through laws. Sometimes the Supreme Winter, British still have Parliament. Just play CK3 on console, the way you don't have to worry about the price of DLC, because you're never going to get it. Ooh. That's harsh. It's rough. Parliament, one house. The House of Commons or the House of Nobles. It's just the City Council. Mandatory crowding. I still don't know if this is actually going to pass things. Relations for community opposed to the law will will worsen. How do I know who is against this? People really want waste heat conversion. Whoops. So the evolvers will be upset. I'm going to force it to pass. Housing is by far our biggest issue right now.
Hear ye, hear ye. The proposed law has been approved.
There won't ever be no homeless no more.
Steward.
We are calling you, Steward.
The delegates have reached a decision. A
If
new
I promote the evolvers, I can get rid of their fervor. And they only get 382 extra people. I have 4,000 extra pop. Oh my god. Okay, we need so much more housing. For which I need so much more prefabs. I'm just gonna wait on money right now. So that's good to go. I have 19 colonists. Oh, we explored High Pass. In the heart of the mountain pass stands an old loading station likely used to connect to Outpost 11 with the distant hot springs. We find the body of an elderly man who had been frozen while waiting for a transport that never arrived. Prefabs and cores rebuild the station. Steam Valley. You have my interest. New London needs a functioning government, otherwise the flow of tea might freeze up, and that'd be a true disaster. Promote you? You're an evolver? Evolving all the time? Man, this is even with this prefab factory. Just already running short. Running short of everything. I have 2 weeks to pass expedition support, and there's a council in 6 weeks, which means I need to hold an emergency council vote. Mostly against. Research and hold vote. Research and hold votes. Advanced chemical hothouse. All right, deal. That got me 52 votes I needed. I think I would have failed that if I didn't do it. Now, who's going to be upset that I canceled their other thing that I agreed to? As I'm sure somebody's going to be.
The delegates have reached a decision. A new law takes hold.
All right. Prefabs coming in hot. So you guys are going to have a mechanical factory. You guys are going to have a goods factory. The evolvers are furious that service exemptions is no longer in force. Sorry, dudes. Both the evolvers and the Frostlanders dislike me again. But thankfully, I have managed to de-radicalize them, so...
Steward.
Evolvers are protesting. Research labor oversight. Convince them to stop. Repeal mandatory crowding. I'm not going to do that. Have rallies and protests in the city at the same time. Their relationship just went down a ton on that. It's going to take them a lot
Steward.
for me to get this up. If I grant them an agenda, they're probably just going to fail it. I don't have a vote right now, so I'm going to grant them an agenda. Somehow their relationships dropped even further.
Steward.
That increases their fervor. What kind of promises are they looking for? Communal parenthood, no contagion prevention. I like communal parenthood, but I'm just a little queued up in the like things I need to research right now. Notable squalor. For every 1,000 members. Their protests can spread to additional districts over time.
Hero Steward.
5,000 members. And their relationship just went down even further. Dude, these evolvers have got to get the hell out of our city.
Protests are disrupting the city's normal functioning. Please be patient until they are resolved.
Baptize. I'd like to get their fervor down too, because I'm a little scared of what it happens if they have fervor, but... Bodine, how we doing?
Steward.
We are calling.
Yeah, they're furious, dude. I'm never going to be able to get them up. How can I... Guard squads, lower crime. Housing blocks. These guys also need a housing block upgrade. That will actually fix their shelter issue. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a goods manufacturing here, and I'm just going to start sending materials over. Probably from here. They're already getting 200 materials. What did they absorb so much materials with? The extraction district demands an incredible amount. Oh, okay. That's cool, though. We can build a refinery district. Riots galore. A vote on liberated youth will be held in 10 weeks. Bolsters the city workforce, but decreases heat stamp income. Trust rises slightly. A small step towards reason. This was, I promised them a vote. I didn't promise them the vote was going to pass.
Hear ye, hear ye. The votes are in. The measure fails.
But I did promise them a vote.
Steward.
Little concerned. About all these riots. The evolvers have definitely gotten larger. To the point that I'm not sure how exactly to go about getting rid of them. Especially because they're hitting all my housing districts. The notifications are now black and oily. Faith Keepers, can't you do anything about this? The mandatory crowding program is creating problematic living situations. Though it's grand to move into such a big house, said a single mother of three. Our housemate's a strong man with a harsh temper, and the weens live in terror. He merely disciplines the children. We could vet family compatibility when crowding, though that would hinder the program's effectiveness. Housemate compatibility vetting. We can afford a little hit with the Faith Keepers. I love that just everything is in shambles right now. Oh, and my research center is under siege. The evolvers are freezing to death during the protest. Aha. So if I can just let them all die, it will solve the problem, is what you're telling me. This can be expanded. Go like that. I don't really want the disease in exchange for heat. I feel like we can ride this out. At least that's my hope. I probably shouldn't explore that in the meantime. What do we have here? A hot spring with a settlement population of 3,500 people. These herd people live in deep reverence of the natural spring, which they believe can cure any ailment. The simple hothouses and subterranean housing are barely enough to support their population, so the culture ensures nothing is wasted and no weakness is tolerated. Sounds like evolver nonsense to me. They're skeptical of outsiders, but perhaps we can convince or force them to allow our sick to heal here. Requires 30 guard squads. And a trail. Nameless cliffs. They discover hundreds of infant skeletons. A track from the top of the cliff leads to the hot springs. We can offer to take children of the hot springs cannot support.
This is not a banana.
It's not a banana? I don't know. It kind of looks like a banana. Sheep, thank you for 7 months. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wow, the pathway to this is Scruff McGruff. Might as well get started on it. I'm pretty sure I'm maxed out on coal right now. Yeah, so I don't know why I'm taking it anymore. I can't finish researching these jobs.
Steward! We are calling you, Steward.
How do we negotiate an end to this protest? We could repeal mandatory crowding. But I like mandatory crowding. I'd research communal parenthood, but they've knocked all my research offline. If you use enforcers to crack down on the protests, then they get fervor, which I also don't want. Is this game based? Depends on what you mean by that. Yes, I would say. It's good. You guys are also in full protest. Burn the surplus coal, heat the planet back up, and end the ice age. Win condition. For every 1,000 members. You guys have 4,000 members, and you own 7 districts. Something is not correct about this. People are still tolerating us, but I don't know for how much longer.
Steward.
Steward.
Heat overclocking, food hoarding inspectorate, research machine attendance. Promise to pass heat overclocking. I think there's no law currently there, so that should be able to do that. If I could get these guys up, I could potentially have them counter protest and get our research back online. At the very least, we could have more baptisms. Heat overclocking. Oh my god. I can do guided voting. These 4 votes are what it comes down to. I need 51. Yes.
The eyes have it.
Steward.
Clear us, Steward.
All right, we've de-radicalized everybody. But our trust is falling apart right now.
In the council, take heed.
Supporting or better relations with faith keepers. I have supporting or better relations. I have favorable relations. Is favorable not as...
Steward.
Steward.
How high can relations get? Favorable, supporting, or devoted. Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Well, we can keep building these trails. Oh, this high pass is a nightmare to get over. You guys have food coming in. You have materials coming in. More population, just what I needed. I don't already have a massive population crisis. For a moment when that vote stopped on 50, yeah, I got a little nervous. I guess let's bring in those goods. Try to balance that out a little bit. Ooh, the evolvers got bigger in that recent population boon. I think this might actually be it. So I learned flip-flopping on agendas sinks your campaign. Due to negative relations, your supporters have ended their rallies. The Frostlanders are furious. Why are they furious? Well, because their radicalized faction has knocked all my research hubs offline. So I couldn't do what they asked. The Frostlanders took a gun and shot themselves in the foot. They're furious at you for allowing guns. I literally don't think I can do anything here. The people no longer trust you. If the situation doesn't improve, the council will demand a vote of confidence. Quell protest district ability, which ends protests using guard squads. This is what I was trying to get to earlier. Mobilize watchtower squads, which orders watchtowers to field specialized guards instead of fighting crime. Labor oversight. Grant them the next agenda. I'll take that. People are still divided here. Grant them an agenda as well. I don't think I can win this. 2/3 majority requires at least 67 delegates. Even if I got all the hesitant votes, I'd have 65. If I do guided voting, I win it. They're all going to hate me.
Hear ye, hear ye. The proposed law has been approved.
So how do I enact this ability now?
The delegates have reached a decision. A new law takes hold.
You know, this is one thing I've not been doing enough as well, is like overdriving the generator. Will my guards just start stopping things? It says it allows me to send guards, but it doesn't say really how. Not enough guards. Well, I had that option before, which is what's got me confused. Quell protest district ability. Oh, maybe that is it, though. Yeah, you're right. No, that is it. I don't have enough guards. They are quelling. Guards begin violently repressing protests. Casualties and injuries are projected. Is this looking cooked? Plexus? I think it is. I think it's very cooked. My trust actually increased there.
Steward.
Organized baptisms. Enlist to the Stewart's militia.
Stealing fuel is a capital offense. Heat theft is murder.
The people's faith has been restored. Trust rises. Relations improve with the faith keepers.
We are calling you, Steward.
This is going to bring my research back online. Can I keep shutting down these protests? Is my next question. And will this bring down the severity? My trust is gone again. Plummeted. Skeptical New Londoners. That was very short-lived. Do you believe this is what a death spiral looks like? Oops. Fix that up. The city guards have successfully quelled the protest, but numerous injuries are reported on both sides. The protesters accused the guards of brutality, while the latter claimed they were attacked and simply answered in kind. The conflicting reports make it difficult to determine with certainty the individuals responsible in the case at hand. 20% guard squad cost of all abilities. 20% of 30 is 6. We're just going to expand some districts to make room for more watchtowers. That's how this is going to operate. It's almost done. Oh, no, wait, that was the other one. That one wasn't even started. These guys are expanding out this way because I'm cracking down this side. Meanwhile, I'm running out of food. Oh, gee whiz. Ceremonial funerals will be held. I needed an industrial district over here. Was the intention. Something to spend all these materials on. Try to get that crime down. Are you kidding me, dudes? I just kicked you out of there. Well, that's some more tech. Is there anything we can do to fix things like the society? Crime elimination? If I've researched labor oversights, they'll stop. I don't have to enact it. I just got to research it. What's going on here? Ceremonial funerals. I don't really want this to pass. I don't think it will. Right now we're harvesting bodies. And I guess we're ceremonial funerals. Okay.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
The evokers are not going to be happy about that, but I don't think they could be less happy if they wanted to.
People of the city, your council has voted.
High fervor means their protests will be more violent and severe. We are going to have to start shutting them down. Like the whole city is like collapsing all around me while I deal with this. Carrion coal liquefactors. Turns coal into oil. Does use my last core. Saving. I definitely don't want to put it into an industrial district if I don't have to, but I think I do. If I want that, what I really want is more goods. Factions with no fervor cannot sustain prolonged protest as their members lack the drive and determination to push for change. The protests are finally starting to collapse. That food district can get broken down. One, two, three, four, 5, 6 is probably what that will look like. Like that they're like, we got what we wanted. Did you? We have another council for labor oversight. I don't think we need to pass this. And it's not going to.
Has been rejected.
Trust restored. Ooh, civil unrest is in the air, and the different communities of the city find it increasingly difficult to live side by side. Maybe we should reinforce the cohesion of our people. Since you are popular, we took it upon ourselves to write a collection of quotes and maxims to inspire people in your name. Tension is extremely decreased as long as your trust doesn't fall below respected. I don't know why it's up right now at all, but things are about to start getting chilly. Oh, man.
Steward,
We're going to start repairing trust.
Here, Steward.
Steward. Nowhere.
Steward.
Do you hear us, Steward?
We could research something right now. Let's go with mechanized scouts. Why not? Pathfinder scouts, mechanized scouts. People are freezing. I would like to try and get some more housing districts online. Now that these protests are finally finished. Also this food district. So close and yet so far. Doesn't really matter. Get all those up and running. Oh, man. Okay. Can we build things on extraction districts to increase production of, like, goods? Not really. I think I'm going to put in another hospital here. Cold season, fantastic. Just what I wanted to hear. You guys are hard up on materials. But you do have your new industrial district, which we can use to build actual production goods here. And then ideally, all of these things cost cores. A mechanical factory does not. I just need the workforce. I need like 300 workforce here. Why don't we move over to the old dreadnought? Say 400, because then we can build some expansions and habs. Everything else is breaking down all over the place. We have such squalor and such trouble with it. You negotiated with the Evolvers, causing the Faithkeepers to radicalize. Gutless pandering is what it is. The Steward gives in to whoever is the loudest. Who pays the price? We will, of course. No more. We won't be sitting idly by while the Evolvers lead this city to ruin. Caving to opposition increases fervor. I would not say that I cave to opposition.
Steward.
Public executions. Frostland deportation. Outpost upkeep is significantly decreased. Crime is significantly decreased. I'll take that one next. Why not? This has been a real roller coaster today. Yeah. We're definitely a little bit all over the place. Can we rebuild the loading station at High Pass and their mushroom experiment in the Endless Plains? What the hell is the Endless Plains? Two cores for some stuff there as well. We can take these babies. I don't really see any reason to do that by force if we don't have to. Let's check the plains. Crime and tension absent in a city with 30,000 population. Wow. That really went down. Now we just got to keep trust up. Definitely a bit more of a challenging task, but I have like 500 population. Can I expand every city district? We need to maybe carve out a bit of the snow. Just a smidge. Why not? There is this exposed to wind here, which gives us extra shelter but lower heat. I'm also just like concerned about the fact that we don't have that much oil. Despite having pump jacks, double pump jacks on these locations, the heat is about to go up. We got some population coming over here right now. We were going to build a mechanical factory here. I need 180 heat stamps. Here we go. Keep that cooking a little bit. Labor oversight to ensure optimal functioning of workplaces. Foremen are empowered to monitor workers and optimize for efficiency. Let the people vote.
The votes are in. The measure fails.
Generally, I feel like as long as I didn't put it forward, I don't mind it failing. Frostland deportation. Criminals may be condemned to work in the Frostland outposts for a chance to atone for their wrongdoings. It's a radical idea by the Faith Keepers. That I just need money to put forward. I'm running out of everything. I have all this population. $70 food. If I could build a few of those. That's in a deep drill site, so let's hothouse that. Disease is significantly increased. We're going to have to use that. This should solve the food. At least temporarily. Why is that what meat demand equals? And it doesn't just give us a nice normal number. That city's going to start freezing. These guys are running out of supplies. Goods production is at least, like, decent. When are criminals doing dangerous physical labor a radical idea? How much do I need for you? 50 heat stamps. All right. Oh, good. Another 3,500 more people. I was just thinking we don't have enough people. If I do it like that, I could snake around. Another little housing district for us. We thought the Steward's guard dogs wouldn't dare, not with the children in our midst. We underestimated how eager dogs are to please their masters. Zoe threw themselves at them, trying to buy time for the kids to bolt. They beat her again and again. She'll make it, but the children are a mess. You sent guards against the evolvers, causing them to radicalize. Well, what did you expect me to do? Guards increase fervor.
Steward. Steward.
I'm going to keep promoting the Faith Keepers. Because they're at least keeping order. Like the other jerks who are doing nothing of the sort. I'm going to explore Winterhome. Scouts report the valley is filled with toxic miasma seeking from chasms in the ground seemingly made by a huge explosion. In an effort to make the site more hospitable, we could force an avalanche down the valley, covering some of the fissures. But we could bury the technological roots of the city forever. If we want to access the foundations of the destroyed generator and salvage the cores, we have to demolish the last of the ruins and crack the ground open even more. This is extremely dangerous. We better come prepared. I don't think I am prepared. I'm getting the vibe that prepared is not something I would do to describe what I am.
To avoid unnecessary queuing.
You guys need like more houses. You also need more people for more houses. So I'm gonna have to transfer over. gonna go with 400 workforce. And we're gonna have to figure out exactly how we go about that. She's a bit messy right now. Endless plains explored. Where is that? Up here? The Hot Springs Mushroom Cave. Our scouts found a variety of mushrooms growing with different depths, broken heat pipes running through the caverns. The scouts suspect this place was an attempt by the Hot Springs to develop a hardier food source. We could take the mushrooms and add more variety to our hothouses, or we could repair the facility and share its benefits. Food production efficiency is increased. Food harvesting site. I'm going to rob it, which means we're going to have to beat those guys up. Bone traders. People from Hot Springs have started a market for goods crafted from bones. It appears a herd of musk ox froze in the valley. They've made use of every part of the frozen beast to sustain themselves, including the bones. They are on the verge of starving and will happily give us their goods for food. I'm going to take that deal, even though it's probably a bad idea. Oh, man. I don't think I need a deep site here until the original food starts running out. That being said, we could certainly expand this place a little bit. Just grab those bonuses. I am pretty heavily concerned about the whole like food running out thing. 20 weeks of food. But like there's nowhere else for me to get food from. The only place is really via exploring. That will cause squalor if I add it in, so I'm just gonna expand those guys that way. And these guys are freezing. Waiting on the workers to show up. Okay, so... Oops. Oh, there is a city council vote going on for mechanized scouts. I'm not really going to make any promises to anybody right now because if I'm making promises, it's just to like get people back into our favor. I guess that's probably that. It's 20 housing, which isn't quite enough, but it's pretty close. they got the mechanical factory they needed. Trying to remember what I wanted these other 300 people for. Was it for the pump jack? Oh, they need another 50 for that. Should have more because I'm also going to need housing districts, but, you know, babies, one step at a time.
Here, Steward.
Steward.
These guys are about to get their promise. I'll have them organize baptisms right away. Heat stamps, Evolver suggest action. We should research a salvaging factory. Improve relations with the Evolvers. I mean, we can research it if it shuts you up. It doesn't mean we have to take it. Increases disease. And you guys are going to need a deep melting drill, which I don't have any cores for. So instead, I'm going to try to expand my exploration teams a little bit. I screwed up their mushroom experiment, so we're just going to integrate the settlement with 30 guards. Whether they like it or not. I wouldn't really say liking is something that people feel about me right about now. $26.19, $17.38. Yeah, like, see, I'd really like to get the Frostlanders up so that they can de-radicalize the Evolvers.
Steward.
I certainly can't promote them.
Hear us, Steward.
Steward.
Which basically means the only thing I can do is make promises to the Frostlanders. The advanced bio-waste hothouse would be really good for us. That would also help solve our food issue. All right, and that's the 50 people who moved in here. Housing solved. I just moved an extra 200 people into here. What happened? Where all my people keep going?
Be patient with rehabilitated prisoners. They have been rendered simple but harmless.
I wonder about growing housing districts up this way. Because it's fine to keep it near food. Man, it is impossible to stay on top of housing. All right, the new Londoners are also like coming back in line a little bit with us.
Steward.
See, this is my biggest problem, is I am really just like favoring a mixed build here, so nobody is happy. Yeah, it's getting the bonuses from the food districts. Then we can expand it down this way so it touches onto this guy. I'm hurting on prefabs and heat stamps again. Just like sprawling city. Expanding out in every direction. It do appear that our food crisis is temporarily averted. Everything else is bad, though. You need prefabs. Also need materials. Decrease disease in the city and its colonies. Permanent upgrade. Don't have enough teams to explore a lot of stuff. I wonder how long will this like book do I have to keep this lasting? A radical law is on the agenda. It'll be more difficult to pass than others, and once enacted, it will radicalize both for and against factions in your society. We researched it. We don't have to vote on it. Let the council decide. Ooh, exactly the number they needed. Well, crime is down.
Steward.
These guys are now devoted to us.
Take note. A new rule enters into force.
Which I think is what I'm going to have to stick with, because the evolvers, I'm just going to try to like break them apart. What I'd kind of like to do is take money from the Faith Keepers and start putting it into the Frostlanders. Still favorable. See how that goes. So I continue to try and repair the city. Three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you could get that. People are freezing to death on the old Dreadnought. And yeah, that's correct. You ain't wrong. We need money to look into advanced bio-waste hothouses. So not a whole ton. That overdrive is still cooling down, so... Honestly, it feels like we should probably be upgrading the generator more frequently. Construct the previous generator upgrade to unlock this one. Oh my god, I still haven't built that. The surplus injector. I need 4 cores. Oh god. At what point have I had surplus fuel here? Maybe that's my issue. Squalor. The evolvers suggest action. We should research moss filtration towers. We could also build a maintenance hub. We're going to have to research a maintenance hub first, though. Disease is being increased, mostly because we've been doing the excessive fertilization, which... I also do emergency shifts. I guess I could.
A convoy of D-14
Doesn't fall too far.
about to depart for the Frostland. Please adjust your commute.
Not some research you can do in some places you already did research, like add-ons. Yeah, it's just that there are always little things. The hubs is honestly one thing that I haven't been very good on. We ain't got no heat. We ain't got no oil. What happened here? You guys should have enough for that pump jack. You just need 180 heat sinks. We almost have that. We could upgrade the hydraulic pump jacks. There is research we could do on that end. Honestly. That would likely be a very good idea. That should, hopefully, cover that shelter dilemma. And then I wanted this guy to expand. So let's break some ice around him. The temperature's about to go up. No heat waste management. No efforts are taken to reuse excessive heat from industrial machines. I mean, I don't think we have any heat waste right now.
The eyes have it.
Shunning progress.
Steward.
Who are they shunning? I wonder.
Attention, citizens. A new law is in effect.
Okay. Outpost building is red. Yeah, it's just it's about to run out of food. Thankfully, it does not make a lot of food. We'll take those cursed cores. Oh, we could get the oil. That would probably solve some of my coal problem. There's a bunch of oil barrels we can grab. Everybody's freezing all of the time. I got turned on overdrive. Gotta get that back up for a little bit. Just for a little while. I am concerned because a bunch of my food locations here are going to start running out really soon as well.
The Faithkeepers invite all citizens for
I guess we do have cores coming back,
Central Temple.
but we also need that surplus injector. Evolvers are protesting. What about this time? Dude, I might just shut this down right away. Pathfinder Scouts heat recycling. Shut it down. See if I care. The Faithkeepers have dropped the neutral. What happened?
Steward.
The city favors adaptation. Greatly decrease their opposition. Hi, 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 ah. Cold is the mind killer. I'm hoping if I just crack down on this, it will stop the protest entirely. Oh, I need those materials for this factory once this protest is done. That looks like there's still a protest. I kind of just want to start condemning these guys a lot. Right, we do also have this carrion coal liquefactor. I suppose it probably would not be a terrible idea for me to build another one of these industrial districts. Though I'm a bit uncertain. I suppose it's not really a good spot to build it. We'll stick it in there. Frostlanders are happy. Composites factory, pathfinding scouts, heat recycling. I have to get maintenance hubs right now. Can rock some baptisms. So close to getting these guys on my side again. I'm not really worried about the New Londoners. Like, they're just basically becoming Faith Keepers. So if I could have Frostlanders and Faith Keepers, I think that's probably what I'd have to do. Minus 200 seems a little extreme there. You can both stay warm. And we'll have to go with something like that as we continue this crazy, crazy balancing act. I have a bunch of exploration teams. The Baron's Cave. A wall of whiskey barrels protects the entrance to this cave. Inside, shackled servants sell anything from stolen jackets to sun drugs. Towards the back of the market is where the servants themselves are bought and sold. Our scouts were handed a message. To whoever rules New London, I rescue each of my servants from certain death in the plague-ridden bilge of the shipwreck camp. Send us the materials to make weapons, and we can expand the shipwreck itself. We must take more steps towards merit before our people will accept these as allies. Shipwreck camp. Broken chains hang from the gun wall of a wrecked prison hulk. Founded by escaped convicts who swore all residents would be equal, rival gangs formed over time and now compete for power. Our scouts say the settlement is in chaos, with different laws and practices behind each bulkhead. Until a clear authority reigns, there's nothing we can do with the wreck. The leaders are rumored to be hiding out in a nearby ridgeline. The Baron's Cave will defeat the rival gangs and bring about order. It is a settlement, though I don't think a colony. I'm really curious, like, if I had made friends with Hot Springs, would I be able to run that place? These guys must be in the Ridgeway. Oh, no, that's probably the ridgeline. Ah, whatever. Everything needs to be explored at this point. There ain't no shortage of nothing to be done. Laughing. I swear the buggers were laughing. As they panicked, people ran away. They were laughing. As they were raining their blows on the stragglers, they were laughing. As they put them in chains, they were laughing. Laugh, coppers, laugh away. You won this one, but you haven't heard The Last of Us. Uh-oh. Fervor increases for the evolvers, but I have enough that I can de-radicalize them. And the Frostlanders really like me. Even the New Londoners are coming around to me now. I don't know why. We've picked up 2 cores. I need 4 to increase this thing. My housing is still, like, insanely impossible to deal with. I have literally 0 workforce here. So I don't really see any need to grow this colony any more than what it already is.
The steward
Oh, man.
all your adoring letters and will answer
Did we research those improved hothouses? Advanced bio-waste hothouse. We did. Broken. Oh my god, they also require cores. I'm concerned about the food going out, so... A woman and 3 small children were caught attempting to stow away with a convoy of Frostland deportees. She says she's the wife of a convicted thief on the convoy. I'd rather be together as a family in exile than at home without my man at my side. We never meant to break up man, wife, father, and child. The law should be amended and deport families as a whole. They're going to have to depart together, I guess. I can't raise funds. Can't organize baptisms. These guys just love me.
Steward.
We're in okay shape. Do I have any laws I want to pass? Mechanized scouts. New London and Faith Keepers. Heat overclocking. Production efficiency increased. I mean, both of those are good for us. Labor oversight. It's a mixed bag. Liberated youth. Bolsters workforce but decreases heat stamp income. Trust rises slightly. Stewart's militia. Bureau of Propaganda. Deaths will decrease relationships less. Guided voting will decrease. Yeah, can we get this? If I can negotiate. Enact mechanized scouts. I kind of wanted to do that anyway. I also want a pressurized cold liquefactor. Because that will give us more oil and it will give us something to do with all that coal we have. People are still divided. This is like a kind of important one to get. Research and hold votes. Privatized alcohol, communal parenthood. Communal parenthood actually would be pretty good for me. We're having too much population right now. Yeah, we got it, baby.
Have spoken. The law takes effect.
Okay, so here's the deals. I need another industrial district first.
A law has passed in the council. Take heed.
That way I can build a pressurized coal liquefactor. We're about to get maintenance hubs. We just kicked food production into overdrive, it seems. And it looks like we have like just enough to keep everybody heated. Are we still on overdrive? Oh god, we are. Yeah, we actually have to turn that off. Means we're gonna need more of that oil. Sorry, babies. You're just gonna have to freeze. So, communal parenthood. Oh, he wants a pressurized coal liquefactor. Not a carrion coal liquefactor. This one's pretty quick and cheap. Can we build a maintenance hub? Materials demand in neighboring districts is decreased. Oh, I really didn't build these very smart. I'm now beginning to understand. Yeah, it would have been good if I could have like left a hole open here. The hubs are certainly not something I have handled well. Or really used. Heating hub. Heat demand in neighboring districts is decreased. This has been here the whole time. I can barely believe that. Like everywhere could use this pretty much. That guy can be expanded. You can't. You can't. You can. But I can't really get all of these guys together. All right, well, what odds? They're all valuable in their different ways. If I was to dig out this section, I could put up a heating hub right there as well.
Beware of falling debris. Stay clear of poorly maintained buildings.
This is going to fix my heating problems so much. Can we get more of these in? What about like one right here? Yeah, it's a very good spot for it. Good grief. Can't believe I was missing that the whole time. Don't forget the oil producers for the heat. I mean, I'm sure there's, yeah, hubs we can stick in over here, too. We're falling short on people over here. We don't even have these hubs all the way online. Just the tiniest little bit extra. The people are delighted you kept your word. You have reduced squalor. Trust rises. Excellent. Completing lots of promises today.
Steward.
I'm going to grant these guys an agenda, I think. See what they come up with.
Steward.
Faith Keepers begin a rally. I guess heat stamps. You know, if only I could solve all my other problems. If I build you here. This is just workforce requirement. Extraction in industrial districts. Good stockpile. These don't consume materials. Oh, they actually do. If that's the case, maintenance is also good here. I know, we'll go like that. Try to get it improved a little bit at a time. Just improves. I'm going to need a core to do that job. And my dudes, we are not good in cores. A possible settlement. Outpost 11 contains a military warehouse from over the frost. Over many years, the settlement here salvages contents for materials and cores, at one point declaring independence. Will greatly increase our stockpile limits. Nansen's Stormwatch increases exploration speed. I mean, that connects both of them. We're going to launch an expedition into the ridgeline. I'm still so negative in every single way here. Keep that up and running. I can't have food be going negative on us. I don't understand how I built all these material buildings and they jacked my material surplus unless all these heating districts also demand materials. Evolvers demand a vote on communal parenthood. What's the vote right now? Waste heat overclocking. I actually wouldn't mind this. How am I enjoying it so far? Rose, it's been really good, honestly. It's like a... They took the first game and they expanded on all the systems. Like... In Frostpunk 1, you have your little tower and you build out your houses and your stuff and you're just dealing on like the microcosm of the city. And here it's like that is automatically done, but you're setting up districts and trying to get all of those districts to intertwine and then deal with, like, instead of just picking faith or order, you have all these different people vying for control. And you kind of have to like appease your council and figure out how to deal with all of it. 20 Frostland teams would be very nice for us. I actually really wouldn't mind researching that. So let's vote on heat overclocking. Curious the main difference of 1 and 2. This is very macro. Yeah, it's exactly, that's what I keep saying is like micro versus macro. So we have our city, but then it's like you spend a lot more time dealing with like trade routes to other locations you build, exploring the map in a much more like meaningful way. And then kind of setting up little zones. And what I'm really learning the more I played is like you set up industrial zones and stuff so that they all kind of heat each other up, but then you also need to build hubs around them to like, you know, min-max whether or not they have different issues. The balance of the game has been really good plate spinning. All right, we need to pressurize coal liquefactors. 150 was it? 180? To build it, just 100 to research it. And for some reason I need to give the evolvers an agenda, so I guess we'll just let them do that.
Steward.
Still 29 weeks until we can de-radicalize them anymore. Steward. All right, let's see if we can get this going. Coal liquefiers. Pressurized. Research. Saw the Canada tag. Wanted to come check out a fellow Canadian. Love it. Figured you knew how to deal with the cold better than most. I like to think so. We're used to it here. We're trying to play very like faith heavy, but I'm still trying to like appease everybody to some degree. Lately, it's been a lot of cracking skulls. Real Canadian way. The Order of Selfless Sacrifice proclaimed people who recently died to the coal have been decorated with it. The highest praise a citizen can receive from the city's government. The Order also proclaims that the people have not died, but instead become immortal in our memories. They have become heroes, said a following live broadcast. Reduces the true cost of death thanks to the Bureau of Propaganda. Yes. Fall for my propaganda, you fools. Hydro check, thank you. Delicious water. So good. That's still running fine. You know what? I'm going to start. You are prefabs and goods. You're just prefabs. You are double goods, right? We're going to clock emergency shifts in here. simply because I can, and why not? Still, for the absolute life of me, cannot seem to keep my oil build. There was tech, right? There was tech for pressurized prefabs goods. The pump jacks. Advanced pump jacks. This is what I need. They all cost cores, though. Not anytime soon, I guess. I could have sworn we moved some people over here, so I'm just going to relocate another pack of them. People do not like living on the Dreadnought.
Must clean up any discarded leaflets after the event.
All right, I am not ready for it, but I think I'm going to start the new colony. I need a core. Oh, God. We're going to have to wait for the ridgeline then. Right, there's nothing else down here. There is that material plot group. If I, actually, that one's good to keep on. 10 teams for that. All right. If I could get some materials out of these guys. Ooh, this ain't cheap. That'll bring us in another like 200 materials. Is the game pretty good about explaining the changes from one tutorial wise? Yeah, I think so. It's actually funny. The second colony I have here, this old dreadnought, this is the tutorial map. So you kind of do this as a tutorial and then you leave and then it takes you to New London and you sort of like start on like a fresh-ish city. But it seemed pretty good. Like I haven't had too much trouble figuring it all out. There is stuff that I'm like slowly discovering over time that I'm like, oh, okay. But I like that about it. All right, materials is good. Food is good. Housing still a disaster. Goods still generally disaster. Everybody trusts us though. So I could just work some more emergency shifts. Or I could turn this other location that I totally forgot that I build on goods. So close. Once the population show up here, they should actually solve that. That city's going to be good. Where I'm still like struggling on housing. We're going to build housing blocks like crazy right now. for as many as they'll let me. And as soon as we get a core, we're going to start colonization on Winterholm. We also... communal parenthood vote. I'm actually for this one. But I got too many promises. So sadly... not even close. Yeah, we have so much like population not even working. But every one of these housing blocks we get up solves another 10 shelter. A lunatic looks for a grave. A woman driven mad by grief wanders the cemetery in search of her husband's grave. She insists he was among many of those who recently died of the cold, but her words are delusional. There was no such problem and no such death. Who knows if she even had a husband? After a short but thorough investigation, she has been arrested. I didn't know about anybody dying. They must not have died. Checkmate. This is my biggest snowman yet. Perfect chance for that nose and the nice guard whittled for me. Daddy will see it when the rest of the chain gang get back for the camp. He promised to help me gather caribou dung for fuel. We're going to have roasted rations tonight. Well, it looks like they're all having a good time together, at least. My material surplus just super came online. These guys got the extra people. Let's send over some of those juicy materials. I'd rather stop the crime in New London. Somehow I am like still struggling on food. And oil is just perpetual. Heating hub here would help. Pretty good. What about maybe like a workforce demand, materials, goods. I guess a heating hub over here probably wouldn't be a bad idea either. Letting people decide what goes into law is ridiculous. People are stupid and don't know their own good. I mean, they have rioted themselves almost to death on a number of occasions already. The city came very close to falling into total chaos and anarchy.
By any unusual noises coming from the generator. Routine maintenance work is underway.
You actually need to be upgraded. I need cores to do that, though. Well, at least this looks positive. We've explored the ridgeline. The sound of sawmills can be heard miles before reaching this small commune of escaped convicts. Each worker is paid equally, regardless of seniority, and they each wear the same uniforms when not on shift. It seems they were once organizers of Shipwreck Camp, but many thought they were corrupt, and new gangs forced them out of town. If we reinstate the woodsman as leader of the Shipwreck Camp, they will gladly give us the sawmills. We could also bring justice to these criminals and seize their operations by force. A factory's machinery has all been taken away, but thousands of uniforms line the warehouse, neatly sorted into rows according to size. A delivery schedule shows the clothes were being sent to the shipwreck camp. Last deliveries are marked as refused. Many clothes are better than not enough. Materials, goods, come back later. No cores. Reinstate the woodsman to bring equality and order to these people. Or the guys in the Baron's cave. Shackled servants sell anything from stolen jackets to sun drugs. The servants themselves are being bought and sold. Well, it sounds like I could just reinstate the old later. The shipwreck camp will provide guards. How are we on merit? Oh, we hate merit. We're all about equality. If that's the case, let's reinstate the old leaders. And we can just receive these sawmills. Man, the paths sometimes are kind of like crazy to build. I guess because like the ridge is so steep. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. It's not an unlimited amount. We need to research Vanguard logistics bays next. Which is fine by me. New London's feeling good. The Frostlanders have kind of dropped a little bit. I'd be willing to grant them an agenda. Because I've almost got them ready to de-radicalize these evolvers. And basically my hope is once I can start de-radicalizing the evolvers, I can start condemning them. Trade off fervor for de-radicalization. And just start sapping their strength so they protest less. No heat waste management. Heat overclocking is good. This is just good production efficiency versus no benefit. I'm actually going to have to negotiate this. Mass-produced goods. Standardized prefab factory. I don't want to build that. We can't really afford any more squalor. Communal parenthood I do want. We could also just build a thought-correcting prison. That seems like a good idea. Prisons for everybody.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
240 heat stamps to build that. And the other major thing we need to do is we need to keep exploring right now. All these are 18. I have 17 people. Where is everybody? Shipwreck Camp Expedition, the IXC Smelter, Fortitude Base, Dreamer's Mine. Oh, well, that's good. Until we have that liquid purifier, there's not really much point in that. So I guess we'll just boost these guys for the meantime. Yo. Truly just an endless pile of things to do.
Take note. A new rule enters into force.
That's bad at heat, but good at shelter. No one steals, there's no crime. We're actually really good on crime right now. But there is lots we are struggling with because there's not enough stuff in the city to provide.
Steward.
2 weeks, 4 days. Steward. Shipwreck Camp provides guards, but I will need to build a trail. So I guess we're throwing 10 people there. I just simply don't want any of the other population growths. Things are about to start getting cold. Can we grab this? Yes, we totally can. I've been holding off on that for a really long time. Manage multiple cities simultaneously. Yeah. It's a lot. It is sometimes a bit overloading. But it's part of the juggle.
Please exercise caution, even in quarantine. One illness does not make...
A propaganda officer has come to you with a proposition. Many died recently due to the cold. People are anxious and looking for someone to blame. Thankfully, we control the information. We could deflect the blame on the evolvers. They do fan the flames, after all. They are the city's real problem. I'm willing to just take the trust hit and organize baptisms. Frostlanders are extra happy with us. Let's de-radicalize. They are preparing a protest. I'd like to condemn them, but I don't want this protest to be bad. Hey, we're running out of food again. How am I just running out of everything all the time, constantly? I get that I have a lot of workforce, but like... It's not really feeling like I have the room to actually use them. Cores. Everything requires cores. Core. Maybe we could put in the mechanical factory there. The intention there was to build one of those coal liquidizers. So I might just have to expand that a little bit. Explore south, start colonizing if you have no one to unlock more possibilities. Yeah, I got caught up a little bit in trying to get everything online for this like shipwreck camp. So I don't really need those guards. I guess I don't need stockpile limits right now. That gives me 23. The meadow here says there might be cores. And it's just getting colder. Grant these guys an agenda. Pathfinder scouts? I'll take that. This will get heat overclocking back.
The delegates have spoken. The law takes effect.
Which is a good step in that direction. See, we're doubling up on some research, which is a bit annoying, but...
Your council has voted.
Yeah, like, I don't know how I was meant to have the cores to upgrade this generator ever. While staying on top of things. At least we have oil. Yeah, I also need coal for that pressurized... I need cores for the pressurized coal as well. All right, well. Might be cores there in those mountains. Right now, we just fight the constant housing crisis, I suppose. Slowly frostbreak our way around. Oh, good. I didn't have enough people living among us. People are dying because of emergency shifts, but I don't care. Let me tell you. I do not think I could care less about that. That'll give them a little bit of extra space. You can pick up a little bit of extra space here. Grab those few extra housing blocks. If I emergency shift them, then they're fine. And actually, I don't even need those housing blocks. This town is totally positive, except for the fact that they're all freezing to death.
Unsure.
Rallying Faith Keepers propose ideas for rallies. During the most recent event, they announced a new idea regarding a new work model. They drafted a new law on their own: machine attendance. Workplace recruitment is significantly decreased. I don't need to improve anything with the Faith Keepers right now. Let's just keep trust up. Keep the trust up. Can I make any promises to these guys? Researching is always kind of just like a relatively safe thing. Effectively trading $50 for a little bit of favor. I could even grant these guys an agenda because there's no way it's going to pass. We're going to condemn them first, though. They do want communal parenthood, which ironically enough is one that I would like. Is the survivalist headquarters absolutely something I could do? Vanguard Logistics Bay. I also forgot that we researched this. So I tell you what, let's accept their terms. Pass this law. Cut down on our population growth, which is just a constant nightmare for me.
The vote
And you guys can have one of those. And you guys can have a Vanguard Logistics Bay. And then we're out of money. But that's going to give me a bunch more teams so I can actually do things.
A new law takes hold.
Foolish not to have upgraded that earlier. This guy's actually got like an empty slot here too. This is where I've really hampered myself. I've been sitting around not being able to explore anything because I haven't had any teams, yet I've had the tech and everything I need to build more teams for an extremely long time. Damnable fool I am. Evolvers are shunned by the other residents of the city. They won't even talk to me. I spew poison out of my mouth. That's what the steward said. Good. Get out of here, revolvers. You've caused too many riots in my city for me to want you around. All right, we have a lot of disease, so if we could get that guy online might be good. You have cores, 23. You have cores, 9. You have cores, 23. What else we got going on around here? Silver automatons from the old empire. Under the snow lies a convoy of automatons with imperial livery and tarnished silver hulls. They've come from the Ashtop Mountains. If no one arrives, seek survivors. Our scouts are confident they could repair these to work in New London for a workplace, or I could take 4 cores. Rows of empty bunkhouses remain of a community camp tier. Grab a handful of prefabs. That's enough cores. It says I require 6, not 7. You're lying to me. All right, we're going to have to wait for all that stuff to come back. And then it can begin. Not really interested in what the evolvers have to say. They've made their bed, they can lie in it.
Communal caregivers carefully monitor their charges' diets.
I have 10,000 workforce. It's out of control. We absolutely need another colony. Because I need to just like kick everybody out of the city. A quarter of my city is unemployed right now. Like, that can't be good. There's my machine-centric shifts. I can now de-radicalize faith keepers, but I don't really want to. I could condemn faith keepers. And then de-radicalize them. But I just don't know if it's necessary. Requires 20 Frostland teams. Where are all my teams? Investigating the mountains. One is at 90% here. The mountains, the valley. A languishing herd, a food supply. And a wrecked warehouse with 3 cores. That said it was 3 teams, and it took 5. Yeah. Replayability of this game is kind of huge with the decisions to have a religion versus not, the decision to colonize the coal versus rely on oil. But it's also got this thing called Utopia mode, which I haven't even gotten to like dig into yet. But the idea behind that is like there's a, I think it's like a, what's not the story mode, right? So I think things are like maybe scattered about more randomly. I'm honestly not 100% sure how it works. But I'm really curious. A woman was arrested for breaking into a city and trying to steal a baby. There's no evidence it's her child. She says, I know it's him. She has garnered support from those who deem the law too extreme. Communal parenthood should grant biological parents visitation rights to their offspring. That's fine. Seems reasonable. We've got a captain's mine, coal supply, and mysterious towers. 30 teams required. Descending into the Valley of Winterhome will be very challenging. We need to divert resources, manpower, and attention from New London. Are you certain you wish to confront this challenge now? No. But I'm going to do it anyway. Posture Hydro, thank you. A radical group of faith keepers have come forward with a proposition. They suggest ensuring the leading members of the Evolvers end up included in the colonist group that will set out for Winterhome. The Evolvers have been a source of discord in New London, one member of the faith keepers say. Make sure the most fervent among them join the main group in Winterhome. With them gone, New London will be free from protests. All disturbances in New London will cease. Listen, I just don't want them completely in charge of the city by themselves. The ruins of Tesla City. Looming remains of a city once famed for its technological marvels. Place has a bad reputation and has been picked clean over the years, but our scouts have uncovered an undiscovered chamber powered by a coal to oil converter. Unfortunately, we already know how to do that. We're going to send an expedition down that way. Then I'd like to get this disease decrease online while we wait for everything else to collapse. Whew. Well, the city's in good shape. Despite the cold. Despite the massive, massive housing problems. That we'll try to work on. Accident happens, colony gets cut off, people die, all normal events. You can't have it look too suspicious. Machine-centric shifts. 46 to 47.
The nose have it.
There you have it. The nose. Listen, if people didn't want to freeze to death, they should have thought about having more houses. That wasn't on their agenda. And now they're all freezing to death. Surprise, surprise. Hey, my materials are maxed out. Well, at least everybody in the Dreadnought City has housing. There's also 500 extra workforce here. We're going to expand that out a little bit. We can put in another factory of some kind. Whatever it might be. There go the colonists. It's a herd of food. A crashed dirigible. 3 cores. Launch a few more expeditions. Okay, so the map goes like... well, not that much further, actually. I should probably build a highway to that research outpost. Also. Yeah, okay. The housing still sucks, but everything else is getting better. I also have enough cores that I could do things like build pressurized cold factories. Except for the fact that I don't have room to build them anywhere. Yet. I really want to see what Winterhome looks like. The frost won't stop me. The wind won't catch me. The snow won't slow me. I accept the cold, adapt to the cold, surpass the cold. I'll be the best scout they've ever seen. The ice is nothing to me. We move towards the adaptation cornerstone. Love it. City is believing. I can condemn these guys again, but I'll probably wait until I can de-radicalize them. I don't mind them being a little bit fervorous, but I do feel like I should try to be somewhat careful. Keep you on goods, not prefabs. And then you can make oil. Many are bewildered by the new situation following the passage of communal parenthood. Parents are uncertain about what to do with children who were apprenticed to them. Since he's now considered everyone's child, can we keep him at our workshop? He continually expressed a desire to stay, yet I'm unsure if we're permitted to keep him. Some parents wish to retain their children as apprentices, while others eagerly await their departure. The workforce bonus of family apprenticeship is decreased as long as communal parenthood is active. Yeah, it'll sort itself out. Sounds like a non-problem to me. Because we're almost there.
Steward.
Halted advancement. Members of the Faithkeeper and many other disgruntled citizens who tie their dreams to colonization of Winterhome have begun to openly criticize your failure to achieve our current goals. Winterhome is too important for us to loiter for so long. Our future awaits there. If you don't make progress soon, you will be ousted from office. I'm literally sending a team there right now.
Steward.
Get out of here, you dweebs. Here, have a free agenda. Laws posed. I don't need to worry about it. I love giving people agendas and then just like watching democracy shut them down.
Votes are in. The measure fails.
It's very satisfying. Saving.
Steward.
The fate of Winterhome. The cursed city. The cores under the ruins could be used to further upgrade New London's generator, bringing about levels of warmth we never dreamt of. To reach the cores, we would have to demolish the ruins, split the earth open to access those that are buried, and extract them quickly before toxicity renders Winterhome forever uninhabitable. Alternatively, we could seal the toxic fissures, forever burying the cores. We could bring an avalanche down to batten down the cracks, and then work fast to manually close what remains. But afterwards, we could build a new city here and use it as a springboard for our expansion. Salvage Winterhome, Faithkeepers will approve. Settle Winterhome, Evolvers will approve. I want to settle it, is the problem. Thus far, you've chosen to support the Faithkeepers in their path to defeat the Frost. This choice will realize the Evolver's dream and undermine any hope for a future the Faithkeepers wanted. I see. Well, I guess we got to blow it up then. So it does bring you to a choice eventually. Is it colonized? It's a good question. Extracting cores of the ruin of Winterhome will be dangerous. The gas will build up over time as the toxic fissures are now exposed. If we want to minimize casualties, we should frost break and extract cores as fast as possible.
Winterhome colonists, collect your work gear from your foreman.
Neat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm assuming there's like one core. No, there's 5 cores in each spot. 9, 10, 11. There are 11 cores. So this is a colony from Frostpunk 1. Also, which is kind of cool. The ruins of Winterholm. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I kind of like the evokers on how they just want to like settle everything and make colonies everywhere. It seems like they're a bit more human than what Winterholm offers us. Steam power as well. Steam, oil, and coal. 22 weeks will increase toxicity to notable. You need to gather 40 cores for the generator upgrade, increase hyperdrive regulator, and keep cold absent in New London. Meanwhile, I also have to make sure that trust does not fall below respected. It was DLC. Yeah, I think so. It was like one of the alternative things that you could do. Minor toxic gas. All of that is cleared, I guess, from the avalanche. Wild. Well, I'm excited to maybe explore Winterholm, but we're not going to be able to do it today. Because that's all the time we got, baby. That's it. That's all we got. We got to go get ready for a D&D game this evening, so thank you for joining us for a bit of a deeper look into Frostpunk 2. I really like it. Honestly, after 2 days of playing this, I will say that I think that this is a very well-made game. I really like what they did with it. I like the way that they expanded on it. I'm really curious to check out what the Utopia mode is like. The sandbox mode. Experience the story mode before playing Utopia Builder, as engaging with the fate of New London is the intended way to learn the core concept. Wow, there's all these different places you can start. 7 different randomized areas and Frostlands. Super cool, dudes. I love it. I love it. Until next time, thank you for joining us.